It's case number CC67/2020, the state versus CB and 4 others. Directives in relation to media attending court proceedings. And page thereof reads as follows. Proceedings in the matter have seen previous as well as continuing considerable media coverage. This prompted the following guidelines which must be followed at all times. Then the heading, application by the media to cover broadcast and publish court proceedings, paragraph 1.1. When considering an application by the media to cover broadcast and publish court proceedings, the court should be mindful of the tension between the right to freedom of expression and the open justice principle on the one hand, and the right to a fair trial, as well as other competing constitutional rights, such as the privacy of the witnesses and other interested or affected parties. On the other hand, paragraph 1.2, the primary concern is to ensure that the conduct of the media in court does not disrupt proceedings in any way, and further, that the rights of the accused and witnesses are respected. Paragraph 1.3, there is a standard form which must be completed by the media houses who seek access to attend court proceedings. The said form must be accompanied by a cover letter from the editor explaining their interest in the matter, the manner in which they wish to cover the matter, as well as the names of the persons who will be attending the proceedings. My Lord, we've attached the form at the back of the guidelines. Paragraph 1.4. Once the application by a particular media house is granted by the court, that permission applies to the duration of the trial. That is to say, if an application to attend court sittings was granted at the commencement of the trial for the duration of the trial, that order remains in force for all subsequent sittings of the court, even if the matter is postponed far in advance. However, where there are objections raised afresh, the court may consider those objections and make a ruling thereon. Paragraph 1.5. Members of the media will be issued with ID tags upon their application being granted by the court, and these ID tags must be presented on court entry. Paragraph 1.6. Absolutely no photography is permitted during proceedings. Paragraph 1.7. No photographs of the accused may be taken during proceedings under any circumstances. This point, my Lord, the court will recall that it was raised yesterday. Paragraph 1.8. For security reasons, no photographs or video footage of the witnesses may be taken unless so permitted by the presiding judge. This is the request, my Lord, that the state made at the commencement of the proceedings. 1.9. Photographers and other members of the media are not to interfere with the duties of court officials under any circumstances. Paragraph 1.10. Members of the media are to remain at either side of the court, are not to move or cause any equipment to be moved around the courtroom unnecessarily, and are not to disrupt proceedings in any way. For example, photographers or camera operators may not move from one side of the court to the other while proceedings are in session. Paragraph 1.11. The installation and affixing of microphones is to be done before 10 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time is subsequently designated by the court, Microphones should be switched off during adjournments and may only be switched on once the court resumes proceedings. Well, this is one aspect that we've always complained about, that discussions during adjournments are being recorded. Paragraph 1.12, the setup and operation of video cameras is to be completed before 10 o'clock or whatever time is subsequently designated by the court. Paragraph 1.13, recording of bench discussions, discussions between the defense and their clients, or discussions between the state and defense is strictly prohibited, with the emphasis falling on strictly prohibited. These discussions are protected by privilege, and failure to adhere to this rule will result in serious repercussions, including but not limited to contempt of court proceedings against persons or media houses involved. Paragraph 1.14, video recording of proceedings, including the operation of camera equipment and microphones, may not disrupt proceedings in any way. Paragraph 1.15, exhibits are not to be recorded or photographed unless specifically permitted by the court. Malo, this is one of the requests that we've made, that exhibits should not be photographed. Paragraph 1.16, only one media representative may conduct each of the audio, video, and still photography activities. Malo, the current arrangement is that only one media house will be allowed to record the proceedings and then share the feed with the rest of the media houses, so that we don't have a proliferation of cameras in court.
Is that the general agreement among the media houses then?
Yes. On Monday they told me that it's not yet, that the previous agreement has lapsed and that they were in the process of concluding a new agreement. We trust that it has since been concluded. Okay. Paragraph 1.17, this media representative is to be determined by the media houses themselves, and they are to operate an open and impartial distribution scheme in terms of which the footage, audio or photographs will be distributed in a clean form, that is to say, with no visible logos, to any other media organization requesting same, and should also be archived in such a manner that it remains freely available to other media houses. Paragraph 1.18, if no agreement can be reached on these arrangements, no expanded media coverage may take place. And the rest, my lord, I don't think
yeah, fine.
It will be necessary to put them on record. In short, the rest is to the effect that the decorum of the court must at all times be maintained and respected.
Complete reading it, because an order can be made where it has not been fully read. So maybe we should continue reading up to the end.
As the court pleases. Then paragraph 2, rules regarding the behavior of media representatives. Paragraph 2.1, these are general arrangements. Paragraph 2.1, conduct must be consistent with the decorum and dignity of the court. Paragraph 2.2, no identifying names, marks, logos, or symbols should be used on any equipment or clothing worn by media representatives. Paragraph 2.3, all representatives, including camera crew, must be appropriately dressed. Paragraph 2.4, equipment must be positioned and operated to minimize any distraction while the court is in session. This, my lord, we also took up with the media houses on Monday.
Okay.
Paragraph 2.5, equipment must not be placed in or removed from the courtroom during court proceedings. Paragraph 2.6. Only previously authorized or approved media personnel will be allowed in the courtroom. Paragraph 2.7. All interviews are to be conducted outside the High Court building. Paragraph 2.8. Under no circumstances may a witness who is under oath be approached to be interviewed or questioned by the media. And unfortunately, my lord, this has happened with the previous proceedings. Paragraph 2.9. Any other witness may only be approached with the consent of the state prosecutor or defense teams. Then paragraph 3, general rules. Paragraph 3.1. The decorum of the court must at all times be maintained and respected. Failure to do so will result in offending persons being removed from the courtroom, and they may be subject to contempt of court proceedings. Paragraph 3.2. All attendees are reminded of the practice that they must bow to the court upon leaving and re-entering the courtroom while the court is in session. Paragraph 3.3. No person, and the emphasis falls on no person, is permitted to disrupt or interfere with court proceedings in any way, and persons found to do so will be removed from the courtroom by the court orderlies and may be subject to contempt of court proceedings. Paragraph 3.4. This includes, but is not limited to, disruptions such as eating in court, ringing cell phones, loud talking while the court is in session, audible recording devices, unnecessary movement to and from the courtroom, and any other conduct deemed by the court orderlies or the court to be disruptive. Paragraph 3.5. The dress code in the courtroom for media personnel and the court official is formal business attire. Paragraph 3.6. Members of the public are reminded that this is a court of law and are encouraged to dress appropriately. For example, men are not allowed to wear hats or caps inside the courtroom. Paragraph 3.7. All persons seeking to attend the proceedings will be required to sign a register upon entry to the High Court building, and text will be provided by the Office of the Chief Justice, security dividing parties into 4 categories, namely legal teams, members of the media, family members, or members of the general public. This directive by no means constitutes an exhaustive list of guidelines, and it remains within the court's discretion to make any order to ensure that the decorum of the court is respected. And as I've mentioned, my lord, we've attached the
Yes.
the application form
Okay.
to be completed by members of the media.
Okay, thanks. So the directive then is made an order of this court. Any questions regarding that order from the media? No questions. Yes, sir. The lady there.
Good morning, my lord. Just some clarity.
Yeah.
Does this include live crossings? Because often would find during lunch breaks we do live crossings. Does that include no live crossings prior to the court?
I don't think so. Let's hear Mr. Baloi. What's your response to the question? And the defense will also respond.
Yes. I don't think there'll be a problem with
There's
it.
no problem.
I think there've been live
Yeah,
crossings in
okay.
the past.
Any member of the defense team? Any comments?
I don't have a problem with the live crossing done
Yeah.
inside the court because they interfere with our movements during breaks when we're inside here.
Live crossings, what do you mean by that? Maybe let's define live crossings.
Thank you, my lord. Usually prior to proceedings, we would give the public an update of what is expected to transpire in
Yes,
court.
yes, yes.
And during lunch, we would give an update of what has happened from morning until about lunchtime. Thanks, my lord.
Miss Counsel, are you not happy with that?
My lord, on the order was made that the live crossing should be done outside court. We all
Where
know.
does the court start?
The court starts at 10. The
No, you don't understand me. Let me tell you. You know, there's a law which says that there can't be demonstrations within 500 meters of a court. But you know, people, I won't mention the political parties and the unions. They barricade the streets and they toi, blah, blah, blah. And no judge enforces that. But the precincts of the court, you know, they start right at the pavement there. So I don't think...
My lord, the problem we had is that our movement is limited here inside court because we come here preparing, roping, consulting, doing everything, and you find that the camera captures us when we are doing that in preparation.
Even roping.
Yes.
Is there no roping room here? When I was still here 20 years back, there was a roping room.
No, we don't.
Hello? No roping room here.
No.
Nematot.
I think there should be one on the upper floors. I think the second
Oh,
floors.
we
so,
should.
yeah. I think the
There is
problems
a
with
roping
the-
room.
yeah, the problems with the security there. I think you have to bring your
But
own.
if you choose to rope in the passage,
Yes.
like I've seen live photos of some council roping inside the court actually.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Not Nina. But I've seen some live photographs
Yes.
of council just roping in front of the judge and everybody. But I know with the decorum of the court, nobody insists on it pertinently up to the last crossing. As long as it is done expeditiously and with a decorum, without impeding any other person in the profession his or she is exercising as a reporter or the councils themselves,
Yes.
not being impeded. Okay.
Yes. Normally, the live crossings are done outside the
Yeah, fine.
courtroom, and when the court is not in session.
All right.
So they don't cause
that
any,
okay?
any
Not-
disruption.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, thanks. All right, okay. The form, they've already filled it in, the forms, the previous time,
Yes.
because we said it's a nullity then.
Yes.
This court will take it as the form is read, that all the participants of the media, yesterday, you remember, you identified yourself. It shall be taken that you are aware of the application form and it is procedurally filled in because the order presupposes that you know the contents. Okay, is that okay? Thank you.
We'll also make copies.
Yeah,
copies
that's
for
it for the-
everyone.
You say this is exhibit what?
M, my lord.
Exhibit M. Okay, fine. Let's go. Let's start then.
Ningasali kuva bafethu lana bekutshela nje lana-ke bemaphephandaba kanye-ke nalabo mabonakude indlela-ke ekufanele benze ngayo bese khulunyiwe ngalo daba ngaphambilini-ke ukuthi nje indlela abekufanele ukuthi bayiphathe. So bebetshelwa nje ukuthi kufanele bayiphathe kanjani la uma ngaba sekuqhutshekwa kungathathwa iy'thombe zenu uma icala liqhubeka ezenye ikhulumisana nabameli benu kodwa konke okunye bekumayelana nabo-ke ukuthi indlela ekufanele bayiphathe ngabo angeze ngize ngiyenze yonke le document soqeda kusasa.
As a court, please, my lord. Ma'am, yesterday when we adjourned, you testified that the deceased was loaded on the vehicle and you then left for Butsilong Hospital and that you were putting pressure where he was shot using a towel You can continue from there. What happened en route to the hospital?
Ushilo-ke izolo uma siqedelela-ke ukuthi nanisendleleni eya khona esibhedlele ukuthi lo futhi-ke kunethawela elalibekwa-ke la awayedutshulwe khona-ke umufi usungaqhubeka-ke ukusuka lapho.
Alright, sathi sesemotweni kanjalo silokhu sibeka ipressure esilondeni lapho, and then silokhu sizama ukumkhulumisa ukuthi ahlale evula amehlo.
Whilst we were on our way, putting the pressure on the wound and also trying to speak to him so that he would keep his eyes open.
If you say to him, you're referring to the deceased.
Kusho yena umufi ngithi.
Ngisho yena uSenzo, yebo.
You're referring to Senzo, yes.
Yes, we may proceed.
Makusenjalo ngabona ukuthi lokhu kweqamehlo ubheka phezulu.
Whilst at that, I noticed that he was sort of like in open, his eyes wide open and looking up.
Yes, we may proceed.
Ngalokhu ngiqhubeka ngimthinta ebusweni ngithi Senzo hlala nathi ungayindawo.
I kept
Sesiyafika esibhedlela.
I kept on touching him on his face and saying, Senzo, remain with us or stay with us. We are about to arrive at the hospital. Stay with us and don't go anywhere. We are about to get to the hospital.
Yes.
And then ithe makusenjalo ngamphakamisa iskipa ngambamba la ngaphansi esiswini. Ngamuzwa ukuthi i-temperature njengoba bengimthinta ebusweni ayisafani nale ngizwa esiswini, usiyabanda esiswini.
I then lifted up his t-shirt and touched him on his stomach, and then felt that the temperature is no longer the same as when I touched him in his face. He was now cold on his stomach.
Yes, we may proceed. Ma'am, if you need any comfort break at any point, just say so.
Usho nje uma ufuna nje ukuthi unikwe isikhashana nje. Comfort break.
Are you okay, man?
Should we adjourn for a few minutes or will you continue? Please, may we just take a short
for about
adjournment?
5 minutes.
Thanks.
You're still under oath, man?
Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah.
Okay, sase siyafika ke esibhedlela. And then noma singene egate sangena nje sesidlukulundela. Ne-security sathi siyosayina sibuya.
We then arrived or got to the hospital, and even upon entering the hospital, we just rushed into the hospital, and I told the security that we would sign on when we return.
Which hospital was this?
The syphilis.
Butsilong Hospital, isona sasiseduze.
Butsilong Hospital, that was the closest.
How far is it from your parental house?
Sikude kangakanani ukusuka kini ekhaya?
Mhlambe mawuthatha ilocal ngoba sasinokuthatha ilocal siya khona eButsilong. Mhlambe kunokuthatha 5-10 minutes.
Maybe if you take a local, we usually take locals to the hospital, about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yes. If you can just raise your voice just a little bit. Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke safika esibhedlela ku reception, and then ngabona la kubhalwe khona phezulu kuthiwa emergency.
We then got to the hospital, the reception area, and then I saw where it was written emergency.
Yes.
And then ngase ngiyaphuma ngoba vele ngangihleli ngasemnyango. Ngaphuma ngagijima ngawungena khona reception ngafica nje osisi behleli ku reception.
I then stood up, and because I was just seated next to or close to the door, and then went to the reception area, and then I found some ladies seated there.
Yes.
Ngase ngiyamemeza ngathi ngicela usizo emotweni sihamba nomuntu odutshuliwe.
I then screamed or shouted or said it out loud that we asking for assistance in the vehicle. We are with someone who had been shot.
Yes.
Base bayaphuma ke bephethe umbhede ohamba ngamasondo, and then ngababonisa la sime khona. Bake khona.
Okay. They then went out with a stretcher, and I also pointed out to them where we parked the vehicle.
Yes.
And then ke bafike bavula imoto base bayamkhipha bamfaka bambeka phezulu kombhede, kodwa kusumbona ukuthi akasakwazi ukunyakaza bese bemthatha nje elenga membeka phezulu kwestretcher.
They then took him out of the vehicle, put him on the bed or on the stretcher, but you could see that he was just couldn't move or couldn't do anything, was just hanging there, and then they placed him on top of the stretcher.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then base bamthatha ke bahamba naye bangena phakathi sase silandela ngemuva.
They took him inside, and then we followed.
Yes.
Thina ke abasivumelanga ukuthi singene eromini la izoxilonkelwa khona. Base bethi sime ku waiting room eyayiseduzane ne-pharmacy, I think ngikhumbula kahle.
They didn't allow us to enter the room where he was to be examined. They asked us to wait or to be in the waiting room that was next to a pharmacy, if I remember well.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then wathi makusenjalo usalindile ngaphandle kwase kufika uma ehamba nolongo.
Whilst we were still waiting outside, my mother arrived in the company of Longwe.
And just for the sake of the record, just put the details of the names of your mother on record.
Amagama kama
Usikhonzile Gladness Khumalo.
Gladys or Gladness.
Gladness.
Sikhonzile Gladness Khumalo.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then uma wafike wasibuza ukuthi bamfake kuphi, and then sambonisa iroom abangene kulona, and then wasidlula waya kulolo room lelo.
Upon her arrival, my mother then asked us to where they had taken him. We then pointed out the room to her, and she passed us and went to that room.
Yes.
And then kwathi nje kungaphela ngesikhathi nesingakanani ngezuma eqhuma ngesililo.
And then in no time, I just heard my mother bursting out in a cry.
Right. What your mother told is it's not admissible. Did she then make a report to you?
Kukhona abakusho kodwa abakusho kunina noma kuwena.
Ngaphambi kokuthi afike kuthina kodwa waqala wakhala ngale, and then ila sibone khona ukuthi ushuthi izinto azihambi kahle.
Before she came to us, she first burst out or she cried at that side, and then that's when we realized that things were not going well.
Yes.
And then mayisefika kuthina uma washo ukuthi bamtshelile ukuthi usenza kasekho.
What other people told you is not admissible. What did you observe yourself?
Asikeke awakusho yena yini owayibonela wena ngokwakho.
Mina uma wafika kuthina washo ukuthi akasekho.
Yes.
So okunye angikwazi.
I don't know about anything else. She told us he's no more.
Is it correct your mother then made a report to you?
Yes.
Yes. What happened further? What did you yourself observe?
And then sonke ke sasesikhala lapho simile sibhlungu.
We were all standing there crying and we were hurt.
Yes.
And then kuthe sahleli kanjalo, and then ngabona kufika ubaba Thwala.
Whilst we were seated there, I saw Mr. Twala arriving.
Who is Mr. Twala?
Ubani ubaba Twala?
Ubaba Thwala ubaba kaLongwe,
Longwe's father.
Yes. And what is his name?
Bani kama?
uChiko Thwala.
Chiko Twala.
Do you perhaps know how he happened to arrive at the hospital?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi wafika kanjani esibhedlela noma kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi afike esibhedlela?
Cha, angazi ukuthi wafika kanjani, ngambona nje sefika.
No, I don't. I only saw him arriving.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then makusenjalo naye kumbona ukuthi ulimele emoyeni, ngambona ehla ngodonga ehlala phansi mayiqeda ukuzwa indaba ukuthi usenza kasekho.
I could also see that he was emotionally hurt. Just after hearing the news that Senzo was no more, he just went down against the wall and sat down.
Yes.
And then I'm sure futhi emva kwesikhashana nje sithile noma ngazi esingakanani, then kwase kufika abafana laba abadlala ibhola beOrlando Pirates base befika noMandisa.
And then after some time, I don't know how much time, but I saw the soccer players arriving, the Orlando Pirates players, together with Mandisa.
And who's Mandisa?
Ubani Mandisa?
Umandisa umfazi kaSenzo.
Senzo's wife.
Yes, we proceed.
Futhi lapho bekunabangani futhi abanye bakaMandisa, and then mabefika lapha phakathi bangena bavele badonsa uKelly ngeinwele bamshaya.
There were some friends, or Mandisa's friends were also there. And upon entering, they just pulled Kelly by her hair and assaulted her.
Yes, we may proceed.
Bethi kuyena usuze wambulala.
As the court pleases, you may not disclose what they said. What happened further?
Ungakusho abakusho bona yini eyenzeka ke kamuva.
Bamdonsa inwele zachethuka zonke, I think ezu2 ama cornrows awu2 ahlala phansi.
They pulled her by her hair, and I think 2 cornrows fell down.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then ngaya kuMandisa ngamtshela mina ngathi Mandisa lento iniyenzayo ayikho right. Ngoba uSenzo bekangasi umuntu uthanda umsindo.
I then went to Mandisa and said, Mandisa, what you people are doing, or what you guys are doing, is not okay or is not right, because Senzo was not someone who liked noise.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then kwathi makusenjalo uKelly wacela ungena ngaphakathi ayobona uSenzo.
And still at that, Kelly requested to go inside to go and see Senzo.
Yes.
And then wayesethi ngiphelezele.
She then asked me to accompany her.
Yes.
Sase siyangena egumbini la bebemgcine khona.
We then went into the room where they kept him.
Yes.
And then uKelly wakhuluma naye.
Kelly spoke to him
Wasemqabula esiphongweni.
and then kissed him on his forehead
Wamkhipha amacici kade wafakile.
and removed the earrings that he had on.
I think wayefake newashi futhi walikhipha nalo.
I think he also had a watch on. She also removed it.
Wayesemvalelisa. Sase siyaphuma eromini.
She then said her goodbyes, and then we went out of the room.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then Thema sesingaphandle. Sase siyakhuluma nalabo esikade sihamba nabo uMthoko noDumelo sasho ukuthi sesiyahamba siye ekhaya ngoba futhi ngiyabona ukuthi kuzofika imedia.
When we then got outside, we then spoke to the ones that we came with, the likes of Tumelo and Mthokozisi, and informed them that we were now on our way home because we could see that the media was also going to arrive.
Yes, we may proceed.
Sagibela ke emotweni but umthokozisi yena wacela ukusala ngoba futhi wayezana noMandisa.
We then got inside the vehicle, and Mthokozisi remained behind because he knew Mandisa.
Yes, we may proceed.
Sase sihamba ke siye ekhaya, and then mase sifike ekhaya ngabona la kumele singene khona kwase kuvale ngamathepe lana yellow egate.
We then arrived home, and when we arrived there, I noticed that the entrance where we were supposed to go in, it was now already cordoned off with the yellow tapes.
If we can just briefly refer you to photo 1 of Exhibit C. I'm sorry, photo 1 and 2. Yes, photo 1 and 2. If you can just use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Kwase kuvale ngawona lamathepe niwabona khona la.
The cordoned off with these tapes that you see right here.
And then sase sikhethe ukuthi ngcono sifake la eceleni ke.
We then decided to park on the side, witness pointing to where the vehicle is parked.
What time did you leave the hospital?
Na suka ngasiphi isikhathi noma isikhathi sini esibhedlela?
Isikhathi angisikhumbuli kahle okuyisona sona kodwa kwase ku late kakhulu mhlambe leko 11 kuya ko 12 kanje.
I can't remember the exact time, but it was already very late, between 11 going to 12.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then sase sehla ke emotweni saphakamisa amathepe sawungena endlini.
We then alighted from the vehicle and then just lifted up the tapes and went inside the house.
That is now you and who?
Wena nobani?
Imina no Kelly noma
Myself, Kelly, my mother,
no Tumelo.
and Tumelo.
Yes, we may proceed.
Correct.
And then mase sifike endlini sathola nje kunabantu amaphoyisa abanye introduce kuthina beyibiza ngo brigadier bani bebaningi nje.
When we got inside the house, there were many people, the police, and others were introducing themselves as brigadier, what. There were just many of them.
Yes.
Kukhona nabanye ke omakhelwane lapho.
There were others as well, the neighbors.
Yes.
And then futhi kwakukhona umunye usisi wayi-introduce wathi uqhamuka ku-department ku-government angisazi kuyona iphi department.
There was also a lady who introduced herself that she was coming from a government department. I just don't know which department.
Yes.
And then ke bahlala nathi sahlala phansi bakhuluma nathi besitshela ukuthi baxolisa ngalokho okwenzakele siqine into kanjalo.
We sat down, they spoke to us, told us that they were sorry about what happened, and also
Yes, it's fine. And what happened further?
kwasekwenzekani.
And then ngithe mangena endlini mangikhumbula kahle yabona endlini mawuzongena eminyango ekitchen kunestephisana esithile esikala ukuthi ukwazi ukungena endlini kuphezudlwana nje kanje, and then phansi lapha ngaphansi kwesitofu kwakukhona iphone kaSenzo.
Just before you enter into the house, there's just this one staircase that allows you to get inside the house, and just underneath the stove there was a Senzo's phone was there.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then futhi mase siqala ukuthi amanye amafoni mhlambe ngabe akuphi, and then uma wakhumbula ukuthi yakhe ube icharger phezu kwesitofu, so futhi bisase lapho.
And when we looked around just to see where the other phones were, my mother recalled that she was busy charging her phone on the top of the stove, and it was still there.
Yes.
And then kuthe makusenjalo masilokhu siqala ezendlini, and then phansi lapha kuma tiles kwakunento engazuthi kushile kanje phansi.
When we looked around in the house on the tiles that is on the floor, it looked like it had burnt, or that was a burn mark.
Yes. What else did you notice?
And then umnyango ngemuva wawuhlahlekile.
And then the door that is now at the back, it was damaged.
Which door are you referring to?
Umuphi lo mnyango okhuluma ngawo?
Umnyango wasekitchen.
The kitchen door.
Yes. What else did you notice?
And then kwakunesigqoko futhi phansi sesikhoshi.
There was also a Scotch hat on the floor.
Which floor?
Kuphi, phansi kuphi?
Khona ekitchen.
In the kitchen.
Precisely where in the kitchen?
Kuphi nendawo ekitchen?
Masondelana nje phakathi kwesitofu nosinki kulolo side le.
Just close to the stove and the sink, just on that side.
Yes. Proceed. What else did you notice?
And then ne-crush lesasitsha ngayo itumelo nayo yayisale khona lapho phansi.
And the crash that we were hitting Tumelo, it was also there on the floor.
Esasishaya ngayo notumelo.
That myself and Tumelo were using to assault with.
Yes. Anything else further that you noticed?
Khona okunye wakubona?
Cha kusekho.
No.
We're just going to show you certain photos.
Sizokhonjiswa-ke iy'thombe ey'thize.
Photo number 4, my lord, of exhibit C. mentioned a step before getting into the house, maybe photo 4. Let's show the whole of photo 4.
Ukhulume ngale step ke esikhona ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ungene endlini.
Isona ke lesi step engikhuluma ngaso.
This is the step I'm referring to. Let's point into the door, the photo.
Can you just use that photo to illustrate or evidence this photo 4 of Exhibit C?
So sebenzise lesi sithombe mayelana nofakazi bakho umsokushilo.
Nasi isigqoko lesi sasikhona la khona la phansi.
That's the head that was there on the floor.
Yes. What else?
And then la okushe khona kwakuphezu kweceni kwale khona angazi noma ivalile angiboni kahle.
I can't see properly. I don't know whether this stone is obstructing the place where I said that there was a burn mark.
Yes.
And then ifoni kaSenzo sayirecover khona la ngaphansi kwesitofu.
We recovered Senzo's phone right here, put it to the stove, underneath the stove.
Do you still remember what model that was?
Ngathi kwakuyi iPhone 5.
iPhone 5.
iPhone 5.
Yes, we proceed.
Behlisele isithombe.
Can you take the phone and pick it up?
Bese kuthi njengoba ubone ukuthi kune plug la uma ifoni yakhe wayicharger khona la phezu kwesitofu.
As you can see that there is a plug there. My mother was charging her phone right there on top of the stove.
We're also going to show you further photos, photos 5 and 6 of Exhibit C.
And then nansi icrash ka Tumelo
Here is Tumelo's crash,
khona la ekitchen.
right here in the kitchen.
Photo 6. Any comment on photo 6?
Ungakusho ngo-photo 6? No, nothing.
Yesterday you testified that you felt something hitting the floor. You felt a spark going off, hitting you on your foot.
Izolo ufakazileke wathi wezwake kunento eshaya phansi kwase kuba nalesi spark wayizwa futhi ikushaya unyaweni.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And where were you at the stage, if you can show on the photo?
Uma ungatshengisa ke lesi sithombe ukuthi wawukuphi nendawo.
Ngangisenhla nje kancane lapha la ikhishi eligcina khona mawuzosongena ephasejini.
It is at the end of the kitchen as you are about to enter the passage.
On which foot were you hit by the sparks?
Onyaweni lami laka right.
On my right foot.
And did you sustain any injuries?
Ngabe walimala ngenxa yalokho?
Kwakukhona nje imark encane eyayiphuma igazi kancane.
There was just this little small mark that was bleeding, but it was very small, little bleeding.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that?
Ingabe yini lokho kwadingeka ukuthi ulashwe lokona lokho?
Cha ngafaka nje plaster.
No, I just put on a plaster.
Is there any mark there where you were injured?
Ingabe isekhona yini mark kule ndawo walimala kuyona?
Cha.
No.
You perhaps want to, if you can, just to show to the court where you were injured.
Uma ngabe ukwazi noma ungakwazi ukukhombisa ikhothi la walimala khona?
Can I put ngabeka khona?
Yes, wherever is convenient. Yes.
It is right here in front where the witness is pointing the right side of the foot.
Yes, you may continue.
Correct.
What happened after you made all these observations?
Emuva kokuthi wakubona konke ke lokhu okusushila ukuthi wafika wabonana endlini uma nibuye esibhedlela kwase kwenzekani ke?
Ngase ngena ekamereni lami lona leli elaliphambi kwekhishi.
I then went into my bedroom, the one which is in front of the kitchen.
Yes.
Ngafika khona ngathatha ijacket efudumele.
I then took a warm jacket.
Yes.
And then sasesibheka nezingane ngoba njengoba kakubhizi kanjena nezingane angasazi nokuthi zingaphi.
We also looked for the children because as busy as it was, we didn't know as to which side the children were.
Yes.
Masabheka kanjalo then ngaya ekamereni ngafica ukuthi khona uma ubebashiye nomama kamakhelwane.
I then went into the bedroom and found that my mother had left them with a lady, a neighbor, or with a lady who's a neighbor.
Yes.
And then amaphoyisa athi kuthina ngoba isikhathi sesihambile kusasa kuseni kuzomela sizobhalisa statement.
The police then said to us because it was now already, the time had already advanced, it was late, so in the morning we'll have to come and give statements.
Yes.
Futhi okunye ke sasingekho kahle emoyeni ukuthi singakwazi ukukhuluma kahle.
And the other thing was that emotionally we were not well for us to be able to speak properly.
Yes.
Sase sithatha ke izinto ezimbalwa endlini especially for abantwana uthi ngono Christian sathatha into zabo zokugqoka zokugeza ukuze sikwazi ukuhamba ukuthi siyolala kakheli eMalberton.
We then took a few things or items like in your bath or washing items for the children as well as clothing for us to be able to take them along to Kelly's house in Malberton to go and sleep there.
Yes.
And then ke saye eMalberton nakhona amaphoyisa as escorta ngoba sasesisaba.
We then went to Malberton, and even there the police escorted us because we were scared.
What time did you leave your parental house?
Nisuke esikhatsini ke ekhaya.
Njengoba bese ngishilo nje ukuthi bese ku late kakhulu isikhathi angizange sibheke
As I've already
khona
said,
bese ku late.
as I've already said that it was very late, I didn't look at the time.
Ziko, please, now, are we going to take the normal short adjournment or are we proceeding?
Yeah, to proceed.
Ziko, please.
There's no tea here in Pretoria.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sase siyafika ke endlini sathi ukuhlala kancane and then sase siyolala.
We then arrived, and then we sat for a while, and then went to sleep.
Who slept at the house in Malberton on the day?
Obani abalala eMalberton ngalelo langa?
Kwakuyimina uKelly nabantwana umama kwaba uLongwe noTumelo.
Myself, Kelly, the children, my mother, Longwe, and Tumelo.
Yes.
Nakhona ke azange silale ngempela ngoba kwakunzima kakhulu.
Actually, we didn't sleep because it was very difficult.
Yesterday you mentioned that after the attackers came into the house, Longwe pushed the attacker who was in front, the one with dreadlocks who had a firearm, and went out of the house. When did you see him again after that?
Ushiloke izolo ukuthi uma laba babili bangena endlini, uLongwe wasukuma ke wase ephusha lo owayenama dreadlocks owayephambili. Ngabe uma uphinde umbona ke waphinde wambona nini futhi?
Hayi angizange saphinde ngimbone.
Didn't see him again.
Yes.
And
During
then
the course of the whole evening?
Ngalobo busuku nje bonke.
angizange phinde ngimbone kulobo busuku bonke.
Didn't see him again that evening.
Okay. So when did you again see him?
Wase umbona nini futhi?
Bese kuthi yena loyo cha angisamboni kahle noma nje ngibheka kulabo abakhona angimboni kahle. Umuntu engimbona kahle ilo wesibili umude
No,
Okay.
no, we're talking about longer, sorry.
Uthi ukhuluma ngoLongwe.
ngolongo.
Yes.
Kwathi uLongwe wahlala ekhaya isikhathi amalanga nje impela.
Longwe stayed at our house for days.
Yes, but the question is, did you see him that evening? If so, when did you see him?
Oh ekhaya.
At
Ekhaya
home.
mayibuya esibhedlela wabuyela endlini ekhaya.
When he came back from the hospital, he came back to my home.
Did you see him at the hospital?
Wambona esibhedlela?
Yebo ngambona
Yes, I
esibhedlela.
did.
Now, after he had left the house, when the intruders came in, when did you see him again for the first time?
Emuva kokuthi angithi uphumile emuva kokuthi ephushe lona omfishane ongaphambili wasephumala sikhuluma ngayo lonke. Uma uphinde umbona futhi ke umbona kunini?
ngambona sefika esibhedlela efika noma
When he arrived at the hospital with my mother.
Yes, you may proceed. That's what happened further at Malbaton.
Ngaqhubeka ke ngokwenzeka eMalberton.
emabathini sahlala nje impela amalanga but ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngelanga lesibili emva kwesigameko kwafika amaphoyisa esezosilanda ethi esiyobhalisa statement.
We spent some days in Malberton, but I do recall that on the second day after the incident, the police arrived and told us that we now needed to go and make statements.
Do you remember on which day that was?
Usakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyiliphi ilanga lelo?
I think kwakuyi-27 ilanga elilandelayo nje emva kwe-26.
I think it was the 27th, the next day after the 26th.
The incident itself happened on which day?
On the 26th.
26th.
Yes, but the day,
Usuku,
the day
ilanga.
of the week.
Okay. Kwakuyiliphi ilanga noma usuku evikini?
Ngathi kwakuyisonto esisezonje Sunday course.
On a Sunday, because it was on a Sunday, we were about to eat a Sunday meal.
Yes. And on which day did you then go to the police station?
Nasenyanga liphi ilanga ukuya e-police station ukwenza i-statement?
uMonday ulandelayo.
The next Monday.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke mabesitshela ukuthi sizothatha i-statement basitshela futhi ukuthi bafuna ukuthatha nama-fingerprints ethu ne-DNA.
When we were going to give our statements, they also informed us that they were going to take our fingerprints as well as DNA.
And then bafuna futhi ukuthi sibasize ukudweba isithombe sabantu laba angena endlini.
They also informed us or told us or requested us to assist them in drawing an identikit of the intruders.
Yes. Did you then make a statement on?
Nasenza
that
ke
day.
statement.
Yebo ngasenza i-statement kwakuyimi futhi oqala ukwenza i-statement.
Yes, I made a statement and I was the first one to give a statement, to make a statement.
Yes. Then what happened further there at the police station after making a statement?
Yini okunye okwenzeka ke emva kokuthi ngenze i-statement?
And then mangisuka lapho ke bangifaka kwelinye room ukuthi ngisiza ukudweba isithombe so sabantu laba angena ekhaya.
And from there, I was then taken to another room in order to assist in drawing the identikit of the intruders or the people that entered our home.
As a court case, my lord, can you just have a brief adjournment for 5 minutes? Comfort break.
Okay, 5 minutes then.
ukhumbuleke ukuthi phansi kwesifungo nithi.
Yes.
As a court, please, Manot. You can continue when we, just before you adjourned, you mentioned that you were taken to a room and asked to draw an ID kit of the intruders. What happened?
Ushilo ukuthi wasuthatha usuka kule room ke la uyosiza ngokudweba kwase kwenzekanike.
Nami ngafike ke ngathola ukuthi vele khona bese befikile phambi kwami ukuqala ukudweba, and then nami ngafike ngakufaka ama parts la engangakukhumbula kahle futhi.
I then went in, and then I could see that there were those that went into that room to draw before me. So I also inserted or included certain features, or the witness referred to as parts, that I could record.
Yes. And this was an identity kit of which suspect?
La lokudweba lokhu ke bekudweba isithombe samuphi umsolwa.
Ngenza kulo wamadress wayifake isigqoko, and then ngase ngiphinda futhi ngongeza kulona wesibili owayifake ihoodie.
The one with the dreadlocks that was wearing a hat, I also added to the one, the second one that was wearing a hoodie.
Now, can you just elaborate? If you say the second one was wearing a hoodie, when did you see that?
Uma ungachaza ke uma uthi owesibili owayifake ihoodie wakubona nini lokho?
Ngakubona mabengena endlini mabeqeda ukulandelana nje befika lapha edining room ephasithini.
I saw it when they entered the house, just as they were following each other and getting into the dining room, the passage.
Can you just give a detailed description of the suspects?
Lo qala ke waye engemude kakhulu wayephathi nendawo nje.
The first one wasn't that tall. He was just in the middle. He wasn't that tall.
Yes.
Enamadress efika nje khona la ngasentameni.
He had dreadlocks that his dreadlocks was up to here, to his neck.
Yes.
And then wayefake isigqoko sona lesi bengisikhomba lapha esithombeni.
He was wearing a hat, the one that I pointed out on the photo.
Yes.
Wayenamehlo amakhulu aphumele ngaphandle.
He had big eyes and they were like protruding to the outside.
Yes.
And then bese ebe nama facial contours engazuthi amathambo akhe ayavela.
He also had facial contours. It was like his bones were appearing, were appearing. Yes. Should I say that the bones were visible? Visible. That's the correct word.
Yes.
And then bese wayenesikhumba esicwebezelayo.
He had also a shiny skin.
Yes.
And then bese kuthi lo wesibili
Can
Why
you
mood?
give me a description of the second one?
Come on.
lo wesibili wayemude
The second one was tall.
eslim ngomzimba,
slim in body,
egqoke ihoodie,
he was wearing a hoodie.
Yes.
and then enentshebe ekekelezela kanje.
He had a beard that goes like this. It's not showing right around. So,
Yes.
yebo.
Ibona ngokukhumbulayo.
That's what I can recall.
Now, you testify that when you were requested to assist in drawing the identikit, you added features of the first suspect. What did you add?
Ushilo-ke uma ucelwa-ke ukuthi ulekelele ekudwebeni wase ufaka-ke uthe wena ama-parts ne? Yini owayifaka owayongeza?
Ngafika mina ngafaka kulowo qala, ngafaka amehlo,
To the first one I added eyes.
and then ngafike ngalungisa amashiya,
Eyes, if you say eyes, what do you mean?
Uma uthi
amehlo la amakhulu ayephumele ngaphandle.
the big eyes that were protruding.
Yes.
Ngase ngiya-eda isikhumba sakhe esicwebezelayo,
I added his shiny skin. And just before you asked the question, I think you said that I also fixed the lashes. Ushilo ngithi?
neheshi, the eyebrows.
Sorry. The eyebrows, yes.
Or fit suspect?
Lo qala.
The first one.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then nesigqoko,
The hair as well as the head.
or nama-contours.
As well as the contours.
And can you just explain if you say contours? What do you mean?
Kusuke kuamathambo yabona ubuso bomuntu makuvela iqhomo kanje, iqhomo zi-visible, nala futhi jawline nayo ibonakala.
It is when you are able to see in the person's face that the bones are visible, as well as here on the jaws that you are also able to see. Which is pointing to the jaws.
Sorry, just for my understanding. You say that the bones, what do you mean? The cheekbones? Oh, the forehead?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Uma ukhuluma ngeiqhomo ukhuluma noma ukuthi noma uthi amathambo ukhuluma ngawaphi ubuza ukuthi ukhuluma ngesiphongo noma ukhuluma ngawaphi?
Ngikhuluma ngeiqhomo ne-jawline konke nesiphongo bekuvela ku-distinctive.
Ngizokubuza ke because basho iqhomo ama-cheekbones. Okay, referring to the cheekbones, the jaws, as well as the forehead, all of that was visible.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then kwase kuthi kulo wesibili ngachaza ukuthi wayemude, and then wayinentshebe.
On the second one, I then mentioned that he was tall, he had a beard.
And then ngase ngafika nga-eda nebala lakhe.
I also added his complexion.
Yes, what about his complexion?
Wayengemhlophe, wayengemnyama.
He wasn't light in complexion, he wasn't dark.
Yes.
Yebo.
Ilokho ke.
It's that.
Yes. Yes, and what happened thereafter?
Kwase kuthini ke noma kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
And then ke masuka lapho base bethi sizodingeka ukuthi basithathe i-DNA.
And then from there, they informed us that they would then have to take our DNA.
Yes, for what purpose?
Isizathu.
Bathe bafuna ukuhlukanisa phakathi kwabantu laba bangena nathi besisendlini.
They said that it was for eliminations to differentiate between us, or elimination between us as well as the intruders.
Yes.
Yebo.
Base besithatha nama fingerprints futhi.
They also took our fingerprints.
Yes, you may continue.
And then ke kwase ngalelo langa I think kwase kuphelela lapho.
I think that was it for that day.
Yes. What happened on subsequent days? That was
Kumalanga
on
ke-
the Monday. What happened on
And-
subsequent days?
And
kumalanga
then,
alandelayo kwase kwenzekani ke?
and then ke sabuyela ekhaya amaphoyisa ayilokhu efika ezosi-update esi-check-a ukuthi si-right na besitshela nokuthi basabhizi nasendlini bayacwaninga.
The police then kept on coming to update us and also to check on our well-being. They were also informing us they were still also busy at the house just now with their investigations.
Yes.
And then emva kwamalanga ambadlwana baphinde basilanda bathi khona abantu abababambile kumele sizoba identify.
After a few days, they came to fetch us and informed us that there were people that they had arrested and that we should come and identify.
Do you remember on which day it was?
Usakhumbula ilanga ukuthi ngaliphi ilanga?
Hey angisakhumbuli kahle mhlambe kulesithathu lesine lapho khona kulolo viki.
I can't remember well, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, during that week.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke masifika khona lapho bathi singene one by one sizobheka ukuthi khona yini sibabonayo.
When we arrived there, they informed us that we would go one person at a time to see whether there was anyone or any that we could see.
Just a minute. And where was this?
Kwakukuphi? Noma kwakwenzeka kuphi?
Hey angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa kwakuse Johannesburg etown.
I can't remember well, but in Johannesburg, in town.
But what type of place?
Indawo kanjani?
Kwakuyi police station.
It was a police station.
And who were present on that day?
Obani ababekhona ngalelo langa?
Umuntu esasihamba naye kwakuma kuyimina kuKelly kuTumelo
My mother, myself, Kelly, Tumelo,
ne family friend.
and a family friend.
Who's that?
Ubani loyo?
uNox.
Knox.
And before you attended the parade, where were you kept? In which room were you before you attended the parade?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi uyongena kuleliya gumbi la uyokhomba khona ke naniciniwe kuphi noma nahleliswe kuphi?
Khona nje iroom lalinezihlalo angilazi ukuthi balisebenziselani but lalinezihlalo nje safike sahlala khona.
There was a room with chairs in it. I don't know what the room is being used for, but we got there and were made to sit in that room.
Now, from where you were seated in that room, could you see the venue where the parade was held?
Kulelo room lelo enanihlezi kulona ke nanibona la iparade ebanjelwe khona?
Cha.
No.
Yes, you may proceed. You say it was explained to you that you must go one by one,
Eh,
or one person at a time, to see if there's anyone that we can identify. Is that correct?
wathi u-officer loyo usho okubonayo.
The officer said, say what you see.
Yes.
And then mengibuka ke lapha eglassini kwakukhona owayelaphayana owayecisha afane nalo wama-dreads.
And when I looked through the glass, there was this one that almost resembled the one of the dreadlock with the dreadlocks.
But when you go there to the venue where the identity parade was held, was it explained to you what you need to do?
Uma usufika lapho ke kwigumbi lelo la iparade ebanjelwe khona ingaba wachazelwa yini ukuthi yini ekufanele uyenze?
Wathi nje uMr Officer loyo shono okubonayo.
The officer only said, just say what you see.
Yes.
And then mase ngifika mina laphayana ngase ngiyasho ukuthi lo ngimbona laphayana unawo yeba ama-dreads unawo ama-contours engiwabone kuloyana kodwa kusuyena.
What I then said upon arrival there, that the one that I'm seeing there, yes, he's got dreadlocks, yes, he does have the contours, but it's not him.
Yes.
Yep.
And then ke ngase ngiyaphuma noma ngiphuma nje ngabona ukuthi kulaba ababambe laphayana cha kwakungekho impela ngoba into noma uphuma yahamba emqondweni.
And as I went out, it was just ringing to me, but the ones that they had arrested there are not them, because even if you go out, but the thing just plays in your mind.
Yes. Can you just perhaps maybe clarify the quote? Did you point out any person or you just said the words?
Ingabe awuchazeleke inkantolo ukhona yini owamkhomba noma washo lokhu oqeda ukusho ukuthi wakusho ku-office?
Ngacela mina ukuthi bambize asondele khona ngizobuka kahle eduzane ngoba babebekwele kude.
I requested that the person be brought much closer so I'd be able to see because they were far.
Yes.
Ngase ngiyabheka ke ngabona ukuthi khona ucisha fane kodwa kusuka.
I then looked and could see that it looks like him, but it's not him.
Yes.
And then again nami ngase ngidedela abanye ukuthi bangene nabo babheke.
It was then time for me to allow the others to go in and also have a look.
Was there a way that you could identify the people who were there in the parade? For instance, were there any numbers that you could use to identify them?
Ingaba ayekhona yini amanamba ababe nawo owawungawasebenzisa ukuthi ukhombe ukuthi sesibe unumber bani number bani?
Ayekhona amanamba.
Yes, there were.
Ngabiza number 2.
Yes, there were numbers. I mentioned number 2.
And just for the record purposes, number 2 as being which person?
Wawuthi uma ubiza unumber 2 umchaza nanjengawuphi umuntu?
Unumber 2 ngangimqhathanisa nalo ama-dreads wayengena ekuqala endlini.
I was comparing number 2 to number 2 to the person that with the dreadlocks that was the first one to enter the house.
Were there other persons on the parade as well?
Babe khona nabanye abantu kwi-parade leyo?
Babekhona.
Yes, there were.
Are you able to say more or less how many people were there
Ungasho ukuthi kwakuwabantu
participating
abangaki
in the parade?
ababe khona kuleya parade babe bangaki?
Hayi angisayikhumbuli number exactly kodwa babekhona babebaningana.
I can't remember the exact number, but they were there. There were quite a few.
Yes, you may proceed.
And
What
then
happened thereafter?
and then ke emva kwalapho sase siphuma ke sekuthiwa sesingakhululeka siyekhaya.
From there, we were then we went out, and then we were told we could now go home.
Now, after attending the identification parade, were there other people who still had to attend the identification parade that you came with?
Emuva kokuthi ungenileke wena babe khona abanye abawuze nabo ke kwakufanele ukuthi bangene kwi-parade?
Yebo njalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you in any way communicate with those persons
Ingabe wakhuluma
after
yini
attending the parade?
after?
Yes.
Emuva kokuthi nileke kwi-parade ngabe wakhulumisana noma wakhuluma yini nalabo bantu?
Mase siqedile sesibuyele ekhaya sabuzana nje ukuthi wena ukhona umbonile wonke umuntu wathi cha.
On our way back home, we just asked each other, did you see anyone? And then we all said no.
Yes. But what I mean is, as you were leaving the room, where were you taken to after attending the parade?
Asithi ke ungenile wena uzongena emunye umva kwakho. Uma uphuma ke erumini wena ke bakuthathe bakumikisa kuphi uma uphuma uqeda nje ukuthi uyobheka lapha eparade bakuthathe bakusa kuphi?
bangikhiphela I think ngaphandle noma towards ngaphandle kodwa angizange ngiphinde ngibuyele kuleli room leli ebesihleli
I
kulona.
think they took me outside, but towards the outside, but I was not taken back to the same room where I was seated.
Did you make any contact with the persons who still had to attend the parade?
Laba ababekusafanele baye bona wakhulumisana nabo emuva kokuthi wena usungenile?
Cha.
No.
Yes, what happened then after the parade?
Emuva kweparade kwasekwenzekani ke?
Hayi ke sase siyahamba siye ekhaya and then I think emva kwesikhashana noma amaviki noma inyanga angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa kwase kubizwa futhi mina noLongwe kwathiwa siyacelwa ukuthi siye namaphoyisa epolice station.
I think after some weeks or a month or months, they then requested myself and Longwe to go with the police to the police station.
Yes. Do you remember more or less which month?
Usayikhumbula inyanga ukuthi kwakuyiphi?
Cha angisakhumbuli kahle.
No, I can't remember well.
Yes.
And then
And you say police station, which police station are you referring to?
Kwakuyiphi police station abanicela ukuthi niye kuyona namaphoyisa?
ngabona nje drive isikhathi eside siza ngakhona la ePitori etang.
I just noticed that we drove for a long time and they were driving towards the Pretoria here in town.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then mase sifika khona kwathiwa singene kwelinye room nakhona futhi basihlohla ngemibuzo uLongwe kwelinye nami ngikwelinye.
Upon arrival there, we were then asked questions or interrogated, and Longwe was in a separate room and then I was in another room.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then ke kwase kuthiwa bazocela amafoni ethu futhi okwesibili bazowabuyisa.
They then said that they would request our phones for the second time, they would bring them back.
No. If you say for the second time where they previously requested,
Yeah.
Yes.
when was that?
Kwakunini.
Ngelanga lama statement bafike bathatha amafoni.
On the day of the statements, they took our phones.
Did they explain as to why they were taking your phones?
Ngaba banichazela yini isizathu sokuthi bathathe amafoni eni?
Cha hayi kangakanani bathe nje bafuna imininingwane ophakathi emafonini ethu.
No, not in much detail. They just said that they needed some information contained in our phones.
Yes. Can you proceed?
And then ke bawathatha and then sahlukana kanjalo saya ekhaya.
They took the phones and then that's how we separated and we went home.
Yes.
And then ke kwathi ngo 2018 ngo February
Then in February of 2018,
sase siyabizwa futhi ukuthi sizokwenza ama additional statements.
we were then called again to come and make additional statements.
Where were you called?
Nibizelwa kuphi?
Sasibizelwa Force Loras Police Station.
To Force Loras Police Station.
Yes.
Yebo.
and then safika khona safakwa futhi emarumini ahlukahlukene.
On arrival there, we were placed in different or separate rooms.
It was yourself and who?
Kwakuwena nobani?
Kwakuyimina uma noKelly, and then kwathiwa abanye bayeza or abanye bakhona.
Myself, Kelly, my mother, and then we were informed that the others were coming or they were there.
Yes.
And then erumini nganginabantu besilisa amaphoyisa awu 4 or 5 noyedwa wesifazane.
In the room, I was with 4 or 5 male police officers and 1 female.
Did I hear correctly? Mr. Interpreter, was it 4 or 5 police?
The witness said yes, 4 or 5 male police officers and 1 female. my lord.
Meaning herself, in other words. Okay, I hear you. So there were 2 females.
2 females.
Okay.
Yes, you may proceed.
That's not correct.
And then ke lapho safika ntambamanyana nje, and then sasesihlohlwa ke imibuzo from ngaleso sikhathi kwaze kwashaya u9 ebusuku.
There we arrived a bit late and we were interrogated up until around 9 in the evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then ke emveni kwalapho kwasethiwa hayi ke sesingahamba sekhaya.
From there, we were then told to go home.
Was a statement taken from you?
Sikhona statement esathathwa?
Yebo,
Yes.
sikhona statement esathathwa.
Yes, a statement was taken from me.
Yes. Do you know the female police officer who was present there?
Lo umuntu esifazane yena oyiphoyisa uyamazi lo wayekhona?
Cha ngibasi.
No, I don't.
Yes. Thank you. You may continue.
And then ke kwasekuhamba futhi esinye isikhathi eside sasesiphinde siyabizwa ke for i-lie detector test.
And then after a long time, we were then called again for a lie detector test.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then
When was that more or less?
Kwakunini?
Hey, angisakhumbuli kahle.
So which
I
year?
can't remember well. Unyaka?
Maybe 2018, 2019 khona lapho nje kodwa
Maybe 2018, 2019, around
or
nje,
even
but
17
Okay.
angisakhumbuli kahle.
or even 2017, I can't remember well.
Yes.
Saya ke kulelo gumbi kwakuyimina ngedwa no baba nje umlungu omude nomsini.
In that room, it was myself and a white a gentleman who was huge in build.
Yes.
Yep.
Wayesengifasa ke ngentambo lezi zakhona, and then wayesengibuza imibuzo.
He then tied me with the ropes and asked me questions.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then ngaqeda ke futhi akazange asho lutho oluningi, wayesethi hayi Msikhumalo usungahamba.
I then finished, and then he didn't say much, and then said, "Miss Kumalo, you can now go."
Will you perhaps inform what the outcome of that lie detector test was?
Ingabe waziswa yini noma watshelwa yini ukuthi imiphumela yaleyo lie detector test?
Cha.
No.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then nakhona futhi kwaphinde kuhamba esinye isikhathi, I think kwakuwumunye unyaka futhi lapho sasesibizwa futhi kuthiwa sizo role player.
And again, some time went, I think it was another year, and then we were called again to come and do what they said was to come and role play.
Yes, can you explain to the court what that is? Role playing?
Ungachazela inkantolo ukuthi kuyini ke lokho uku-role player.
Sabizwa ekhaya eSpringville la kwenzeka khona isigameko, and then lapho ngafica mina kunabantu.
Okay, asibambe lapho. We were called to my home in Spruitview where the incident happened, and when I arrived there were people. Okay. What's that? Okay.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke umani uKelly balinda kwamaphiri, and then ngangena mina, and then mangifika phakathi, and then u-officer lo wayekhona lapho wayesethi kulabantu abakhona la aze nabo kumele ngisho ukuthi mhlambe lo ngimbona as uSenzo, lo ngimbona as the intruder noma.
All right. When we got there, my mother and Kelly waited at Mapiri's house. I then went in. The officer there then informed me that the people that were there that he came with, I should then tell that this one is Senzo, or I see this one as Senzo, or I see this one as the intruder.
And then banikeze nje ama-character of abantu ababekhona.
And just give them the characters of the people that were present.
And then ke bese singena endlini khona kokukhona nezinto ekuthiwa ama-props njengesigqoko into kanjalo.
And then we went into the house. There were things that referred to as props, like a hat, things like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And then ke bese kwasekuthiwa singena endlini bese uyasho ukuthi mina ngangimila ubani emila ama-intruders angena agcina la into ezikanjalo.
We then went into the house, and then I was then expected to say that I was standing here, so and so was standing here, and then the intruders came in, and then they went into the house up to where.
Yes.
And then ke ngenza njalo ke ngaqeda kase ngibuyela endlini kwase kulandela umuntu.
That's what I did, and then I finished, went back to the house, and then next person followed.
Yes. So you went to the house, which one?
Obila Wipin.
Indlu kaMaphiri.
Mapiri's house.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke sathi mase siqedile ke sabuyela ekhaya.
And then when we were done, we went back home.
Yes.
That's it.
Were there any other developments regarding this matter?
Ngabakhona okunye okwenzeka ke noma kwakhona mayelana nalocala le.
Ekuqaleni babesitshela ukuthi kwenzakalani, and then kwaya kuphela nje azange basasicontacta ngazi noma yimina ngoba besengihlala eThekwini.
At first, they kept on updating us as to what was happening, and as time went, it was just quiet. I don't know whether it was me, because I then relocated. I was now staying in Durban.
Do you perhaps know if there was another docket that was opened?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi likhona elinye idokodo elavulwa?
Cha bengizwa nje indabeni kodwa ngikaze ngitshelwe umuntu.
No, I only heard about it on the news, but I was never informed by anyone.
Were there any charges preferred against do you know if there were charges preferred against the persons who were in the house?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi akhona amacala athweswa labo ababephakathi endlini?
Hayi angazi.
No, I don't know.
But that question is not clear. Mr. Baloy,
That's good.
I say that question is
I'll
not
try.
clear.
I'll try
That is double saying. Yeah, just
There's a good
clarified, because I can just inform people who are listening. She was also in the house when the people got in. She was also in the house before the intruders got in. So it's got to specify.
That's a good.
Okay.
As far as you are concerned, were there any charges preferred against you?
Ngokwakho kwazi noma ngolwakho lwazi onalo, akhona amacala wena owawathweswa?
Cha wekho.
No, none.
Do you know if there was any documentary made of the incident?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi khona idocumentary eyenziwa ngaso isigameko?
Yebo ngiyazi ukuthi ikhona kodwa ngangengxenye yayo.
Yes, I know that there was a documentary, but I was not a part of it.
Can you perhaps just elaborate a bit what documentary was it and what was it all about? Who produced the documentary?
Uma ungachaza ke ukuthi kwakuyidocumentary yani lena eyayingani futhi kwakuubani uproducer wayo?
I-documentary kwakuyi-documentary ye-Netflix eyayenziwe ngempilo kaSenzo nokuthi kwenzakalani ngesigameko.
It was a Netflix documentary on Senzo's life and as to what happened on the day of the incident.
Ukuthi yayenziwe ubani ke cha angazi.
As to who the producer was, I don't know.
Were you ever approached to participate in the making of this documentary?
Ingabe beza yini kuwena ke bezocela ukuthi ube yingxenye yayo i-documentary leyo?
Beza kaningi futhi kambadlwana.
Yes, they came many times, a few times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kodwa ngala.
But I refused.
And did you participate in any television interviews
Ingaba wawuyingxenye yini yama interview e-TV
regarding the incident?
mayela nesigameko lesi?
Umsebenzi wami u-entaila ama-interviews, so into engenawo amandla wawo ukuthi phakathi ngibuzwane kodwa nakhona ngiyaphendula la ngikwazi ukuphendula khona.
My job entails conducting interviews. But what I don't have control over is what it is that I'm being asked inside there. But I do answer where I can.
And were there any such interviews conducted?
Ingaba akhona yini ama interview anjalo enziwa?
Akhona.
Yes, they were.
Yes, can you mention them?
Ungawachaza?
Noma ngeze kwakhumbula wonke but engikhumbulayo khona i-NCA khona namanye ama radio interviews.
Although I won't be able to remember them all, there was ENCA, there were some radio interviews.
The ENCA interview, excuse me, do you remember when that took place?
Usayikhumbula leka ENCA ukuthi yona yenzeka nini?
Yenzeka
Last year,
lapho June, July somewhere.
June, July around.
Do you perhaps know if the proceedings or the previous proceedings were underway at the time?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso bese qalileka ama proceedings la andlule iqala ngamamagama bese iqalile ukuthi liqhube icala ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Icala bese liqalile ngaleso sikhathi.
Yes, the proceedings were underway at the time.
Did the interview perhaps explain to you as to why you had to make an interview when the proceedings were underway?
Ingabe bakuchazela yini ukuthi kwakungani ukuthi wenze i-interview kodwa icala seliqalile enkantolo? No.
Now, you mentioned that there was damage to the kitchen door. Where was the damage?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi isitapha lesa ngasemuva lesa sekitchen sasihlahlekile sasihlahleke kuphi nendawo?
Sasihlahleke emveni komnyango.
Behind the door.
I just want to show you photo 19 of Exhibit D. Are you able to use that photo to illustrate your evidence?
Khona la kusemveni komnyango mawuvula umnyango.
This is at the back of the door when you open the door where the witness is pointed.
La kwakume khona ubhuti lwamadreads beliswa nesibhamu nosenzo.
This is where the gentleman with the dreadlocks was standing and fighting or wrestling with Senzo about the firearm, for the firearm.
If maybe photo 15 can be shown, photo 15. Are you able perhaps to explain to the court what the respective position was? You mentioned that this is where the intruder with dreadlocks was standing, where the damage to the door is, as well as the deceased, Mr. Meyiwa. Are you able to explain what their respective position was at that point?
The two of them.
Yes. the two.
Ungasho-ke ushilo-ke ukuthi ila lo nama-dreadlocks kanye nayo-ke umufi babekhona, ungasho-ke ukuthi ama-position noma la babebikhona kwakuphi nendawo bona bobabili.
Lo ama-dreadlocks umuva wakhe wawu against isivalo.
Okay.
And then
Sorry, the one with the dreadlocks, his back was against the door. Yebo.
and then usenzo bebhekene kanje usenze ebheke isivalo.
And then him and Senzo were facing each other. Senzo was facing the door.
And at what point did you see them in those respective positions?
Ingasiphi-ke isikhathi la ubabona khona-ke bemi ngale ndlela oyichazayo.
Kulesikhathi lapho sibalwisa sikhona lapha ekitchen sibalwisa usenzo eresila naye nesibhamu.
It was at the time when we were fighting them there in the kitchen, and Senzo was wrestling with him for the firearm.
Now, if just for 1 minute, if we can come back to that identification parade that you attended.
Uma nje singabuyela-ke kuleya parade owaya kuyona.
Now, the officer that you referred to, who explained to you what you must do at the parade, did you see if he was taking any notes?
U-officer lo okhuluma ngaye-ke owayekutshela-ke ukuthi kwakuyini-ke ofanele uyenze, ingabe wabona yini ukuthi wayethatha ama-notes?
Cha, angibonanga.
No, I didn't see.
Now, except for this identification parade, did you attend any other identification parade?
Ngaphandle kwalena-ke i-ID parade, ingabe khona yini enye i-ID parade owaya kuyona?
Cha, ayikho.
No, none.
Now, after the suspects in this matter, the accused were arrested, were you afforded any opportunity to identify them?
Emuva kokuthi abasolwa-ke kulecala-ke sebeboshiwe, ingaba khona yini ithuba owalinikwa-ke ukuthi ubakhombe uba-identify?
Cha, lokho.
No, none.
Do you remember whether you stated in your statements whether you would be in the position to identify them?
Ingabe uyakhumbula yini usho noma uchaza kwistatement owasenza ukuthi ungakhona noma ungakwazi ukuthi ubakhombe?
Yebo ngasho ku statement ukuthi noma ngambona umuntu ngamkhomba.
Yes, I did mention in the statement that if I were to see the person, I would identify.
Is it the person or the persons? Mr. Interpreter.
Person.
Hello?
The question was the person of the statement. That's all. So when uthi abantu noma umuntu.
Ngithe statement ngisambe ngithe abantu mangababona noma bebabili ngakwazi ukubakhomba.
In my statement, my lord, I said that the persons, if I were to see them, I would be identify both of them.
Now, ever since the day of the incident, have you ever seen the people who intruded in the house?
Sukela ngaleliya langa-ke lesigameko-ke ingabe wababona futhi noma wabuya babona futhi laba bantu abangena endlini?
ngibone nje la icourt kuphela.
Only here in court.
Yes, can you explain what you mean?
Ungasho ukuthi usho ukuthini? Ungachaza ukuthi usho ukuthini?
Ecourt njengoba ngilana ngibone nangu ubhuti lapha.
As I'm here in court, ngakhomba kanjalo, I saw the gentleman here.
Which one is it?
Umuphi?
From your left is accused 1 up to accused 5.
Uma uqala ngaku left u-accuse 1 kuyo egcineni ke uyo-accuse 5.
Accused 2.
Umsolwa wesibili.
You saw as which person?
Umbone yena nanjengomuphi umuntu?
As suspect number 2.
As suspect number 2.
Yes, can you just if you say suspect number 2, what do you mean?
Suspect number 2 ilowa ifake ihoodie
Suspect number 2 is the one that had a hoodie,
elandela lowa madreads.
following the one with the dreadlocks.
Now, are there any specific features that enabled you to say that accused number 2 it's the second person who was in the house?
Sorry. Ingaba akhona ama features akubange sorry my lord. Akubangela ukuthi uthi u accused number 2 uyena ke lona owayilandela lo onama threats.
Ngalo leyasuku ngoba mangikhuluma earlier ngishilo ukuthi mina noTumelo njengoba ngangithatha icrash sizama ukushaya sasizama ukushaya yena ulantoza accused number 2
On that day,
ngambuka kahle.
all right, sorry. On that day, as I explained that I took the crutch and together with Tumelo tried to assault the person. It was him, and I looked at him very well.
And how far were you from him?
Wawukude kangakanani kuyena?
Ikhishi lasekhaya lincane kakhulu.
Our kitchen is very small.
Njengoba ubona ukuthi lapha eseyithombeni ngedlulile istofu siseduze kwesinki nesinki siseduze komnyango so kwakuseduze kakhulu.
As you could see from the previous pictures there, that the stove is close to the sink is closer to the door, so it's very close.
Are there any specific features that enable you to identify him?
Ingaba khona yini ama features akubangela ukuthi umkhombe noma uthi uyena?
You've already placed the description on the record, but when you see him in court, what reminded you or what enabled you to say he's the person who was in the house on the day?
Ngaphambilini ubusuwachazileke ama features, kodwa ke manje uma usumbona ecourt yini lena ekubangela ukuthi uyena lo owambona ngaleli langa?
Ubuso bakhe nje bonke ngiyakukhumbula kahle.
Just his whole face, his whole, I remember well.
Ngisho umzimba
His structure, his body,
ne height futhi mayisukumemile.
as well as his height when he is standing.
Now, did you know accused number 2 before the incident?
Ngaphambilini kwesigameko ubumazi? No,
Ngamazi.
I didn't know him.
You mentioned that you bought some alcoholic refreshments at Kwembi's place. Did you self-partake in those alcoholic refreshments?
Ubusushilo ke ngaphambili ukuthi nanithenge iphuzo, ingaba wena ke waphuza yini kulezo iphuzo lezo?
Yebo ngaphuza kulezo phuzo.
Yes, I partook in those beverages.
Yes, what did you drink?
Waphuzani?
Ngangiphuza igwarana
I was drinking guarana.
And how many did you drink?
Eyingaki, waphuza eyingaki?
ngathatha mhlampe 3
I took maybe 3
ngoba sasishare futhi noKelly.
because I was sharing with Kelly.
And what was the state of your sobriety on the day?
Isimo sakho ke masingasebenzisa nje ilanguage yaselokishini, isimo sakho soba sober nje ungathi sasikanjani?
Hayi ngangadakiwe at all.
I wasn't drunk at all.
We just want to show you photo 112 of Exhibit D. Can you just explain as to what you see on that photo?
Uchaze ke okubonayo kulesi sithombe,
Kulesithombe nansi igwarane engangiyiphuza.
pointing to the tin a lot. That's the guarana that I was drinking.
And futhi uyayibona ukuthi incanyana ngomzimba kunale Heineken.
And you can even see that it's smaller than the Heineken.
The cell phone that you say the first intruder took, was it ever recovered?
I-cellphone lena othe lona owokuqala owangena wayithatha ingaba yatholakala futhi noma yabuya?
Cha ayizange satholakala kodwa kwakukhona umuntu wayelokhu ecela imali ebantwini wazi wayicela nakumina engisendela pretend ukuba uKelly.
No, it was never recovered, but there was someone who just kept on asking for money. That person went as far as even asking that money from me, pretending to be Kelly.
When did that happen?
Kwenzeka nini lokho?
Kwenzeka khona nje evikini emva kwesigameko.
A week after the incident.
And what model phone was this?
Kwakuyiphi phone?
Kwakuyi iSamsung S4.
Samsung S4.
Do you perhaps know the value thereof?
Uyazi ukuthi kwakuyimali? No.
And perhaps just lastly, how was the relationship between you and Longwe?
I-relationship phakathi kwakho noLongwe yayinjani?
Sase right kakhulu nanilonke.
It was very good, very good between myself and Longwe.
Well, those are the only aspects we wanted to take up with the witness. Thank you.
Okay, what's your time now?
It's 19 minutes to 1.
Want us to continue straight or adjourn or what?
I hear my colleague saying we can adjourn at this stage.
And we read? After adjourning, when do we come back?
At 2 more.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, we adjourn until 2 p.m.
Sizabuya ke
What about witness? Following. Where's your witness?
They've just gone to fetch him. As a court, please, my lord, can we just adjourn briefly? There's an issue that needs to be sorted out urgently.
I'm going to sit here. You can go.
Okay. I don't think it will be.
Which issue do you want to sort out?
Yeah. My lord, there's an issue regarding the accommodation of the witness. Of the witness, my lord. That we've been trying to resolve with the court manager since yesterday, and that's where the problem is at the moment, my lord.
Accommodation? What type of accommodation?
Where she is being accommodated.
Oh, you're trying to solve that?
Yes.
But she gave evidence just now. What's the problem?
Yes, yeah. There were problems thereafter, my lord. If we can just adjourn for a few minutes, let's see if we can sort that out.
How many minutes?
5 minutes, man. 5 minutes. The court can just wait in the corridor. that it's in the interest of both parties that we adjourn the matter to tomorrow, subject to approval by the court.
Why do you want to adjourn?
Well, firstly, my lord, the witness is not feeling well.
What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her?
Yeah, I think she is here, my lord. She can explain what.
Haven't you consulted with her?
Yes, I did, my lord. She just told me that she is not, because of these problems that are being encountered regarding the accommodation, she's not psychologically ready to proceed today.
So when will the problems be solved?
I've spoken, that's one of the reasons why it took longer, my lord. I was speaking to the court manager and she promised to look into that, my lord.
I was speaking with your assistant. She tells me the same problem arose in the past. Mr. Sibanda. You know, me, I'm old school. I can't tolerate this type of behavior. Person comes to court, gives evidence. When she must be cross-examined, a problem arises which has got nothing to do with the running of the court. How is that possible?
Yes. As a court policeman, I think it's beyond our
And then
control.
I'm told, we must adjourn. Because the witness is not feeling well.
Yes.
Is that the reason? Or because there are problems with having paid for the accommodation or whatever? Then we must adjourn.
Well, in the main, my lord, she is not feeling well, and she is here to confirm it.
And the defense, what do you say?
No objection, madam.
None, my lord. I've got none as well, my lord.
You what?
I've got none as well, my lord.
Tell me, Miss, what's your full name, by the way? Miss Tande?
Zandile.
Just stand up,
Zandile.
please. Just stand up. What's your full names?
Zandile Lorraine Kuman.
Yes. What's wrong with you?
I have a pain on my chest.
Hello?
I have a pain on my chest.
You have a pain in your chest?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Postpone to what time tomorrow?
10 o'clock, my lord.
10 o'clock then. Now the accommodation problems, have they been solved?
They will be resolved, hopefully, my lord.
Let me tell you what I once did when I was sitting in the mattress about 15 years back. I had some accused who came to court, and one of them suddenly got sick because maybe she was supposed to be cross-examined. And what happened is, then he said, it was a he. He said he had some problems physically. I said the prosecutor must get in touch with the
District surgeon.
the district surgeon. You remember that case? The
No,
district surgeon.
Yes.
Then they told me the district surgeon is somewhere else, and the three of them are not present. And the prosecutor told me that in terms of government regulations, you can't hire a private doctor because you need three quotations from a private doctor. You must go to 3 doctors. They must give different quotations, and the least expensive is the one you take. Guess what I did?
Yes.
I got a private doctor to examine the gentleman, and I undertook even to pay. And the private doctor came from Carlton Center to the court, examined this gentleman, and pronounced that he's just stressed because he's undergoing a trial. But after that, the case went on.
Yes. I'm certain, my lord, that from tomorrow onwards there won't be any further delays, my lord, of this nature.
Okay, fine. We adjourn until tomorrow at 10.